The governing board for Liberty Elementary School District called to order our meeting, general special meeting, Monday, April 21st, 2025. 5 board members present. Board members Zimmerman and Schmidt, Vice President Kenyon, Board member Strincioni, myself, Michael Todd. Our next item of business will be a pledge of allegiance. Ms. Schmidt, can you please lead us?
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Next on our agenda is item 1.3, possible action to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38431.03A3 and A4 for the purpose of discussion or consultation with the attorneys for the public body concerning the superintendent's contract and the status of his employment, and to instruct the attorneys about the board's position as contracts that are the subject of negotiation and or contemplated litigation.
Motion to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38431.03A3 and A4 for the purpose of discussion or consultation with the attorney for the public body concerning the superintendent's contract and the status of his employment, and to instruct the attorney, its attorneys about the board's position in contracts that are the subject of negotiations and or contemplated litigation.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second for item 1.3. Is there any discussion? Hearing no one, I call your name, please specify your vote. Board member Zimmerman?
Aye.
Board member Schmidt?
Aye.
Vice President Kenyon?
Aye.
Board member Strincioni?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that approved 5 yeses, 0 nos. We'll be convened into executive session at 5:35. time is now 7:01 by the boardroom clock. We'll move on to item 1.4, the reconvene of public meeting. And we'll now move to item 1.5, discussion, consideration, and possibly take action concerning directions given to the attorney for the public body in executive session. I'll need a motion.
Motion to move to direct the attorney as instructed in executive session.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Excuse me, President Todd, I need that motion. Fine.
Move to direct attorney as instructed in executive session.
Okay, do I have a second?
One moment, please.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, now we'll take a second.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to direct the attorney to take action as instructed in the executive session. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, when I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Zimmerman.
Nay.
Board Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that approved 4 yes, 1 nay. Next on our agenda is item 1.6, discussion, consideration to possibly take action concerning the superintendent's status. Need a motion and a second.
Mr. President, I make a motion to place the superintendent on administrative leave with pay and authorize Dr. Stephanie Mahorn to act in his stead.
Okay, do you have that down, Ms.?
No.
I have it written down.
Is this and?
Yes, sir.
That's okay.
Or with.
Okay. Motion to place superintendent on admin leave with pay and authorize. I think I left my glasses in my office to act in his stead.
Okay, do I have a second?
Excuse me, who made the motion?
The motion was made
I
by
made the motion.
Thank
Vice
you.
President Kenyon.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to place superintendent on administrative leave with pay and authorize Dr. Mahorn to act in his stead. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call your name for the vote. Board Member Zimmerman.
Nay.
Board Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that approved 4 yes, 1 no. Next on the agenda is item 1.7, possible action to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38431.03A3 and A4 for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney or attorneys of the public body concerning First Amendment rights during governing board meetings and on social media, and to instruct its attorneys in contemplated litigation.
I motion to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 and A4 for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorneys or the attorneys of the public body concerning First Amendment rights during governing board meetings and on social media, and to instruct its attorneys in contemplated litigation.
Second.
You have a motion and a second for item 1.7. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Board Member Zimmerman.
Aye.
Board Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show at 7:06 that we are back into executive session. Okay, we're now on item 1.8. It's 7:42 p.m. The reconvene of the public meeting will show that we are back in session to the general meeting. Item 1.9, members, unless you have something that I don't know about, there will be no need to proceed with the action. Move to item 2.1, approval of consent agenda.
President, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. There's no discussion. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Zimmerman.
Aye.
Board Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also, I will show that approved 5 yes, 0 no. All right, members, we have some general business. 3.1 is trust policy transition. We're allocating 2 hours for that. What I might suggest is that we, with your concurrence, we can push that to the end. We can take on 3.2 really quick, which is our budget prioritization. I think that's what people in the audience are probably more here to see. 3.3 is the discussion consideration to approve the assistant superintendent salary. 3.4, I think we can get through this a lot quicker than 2 hours. It's up to you how you want to proceed. But if you're okay with it, I would recommend we push 3.1 to the end and we get through these other items as quickly as possible.
You mean push 3.1 to the end of general business, correct?
General business, correct.
Okay, I'm in favor of it.
Is there any, no, I don't think we need to take a motion, do we, Clive, for that? We can just move that, correct? Because, okay. All right, because we did not approve early on. This is a special meeting. It does not have an approval of the agenda at the beginning. It's a special meeting. We've never done it for the special, but. Okay. All right, let's take a motion then.
Mr. President, I have a motion that we move item 3.1 after item 3.5.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
And just to ensure your opinion is that's not any issue with open meeting, we're still going to cover it. We're just shuffling down. Okay. All right, so we'll have a motion and a second. If there is no discussion, we'll go to a vote. Ms. Zimmerman,
Aye.
Board Member Schmidt,
Aye.
Vice President Kenyon,
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I will show it proof 5 yeses, 0 nos to move this to the end of general business. Our next up now will be item 3.2, fiscal year 26 budget prioritization follow-up.
Good evening, members of the board and members of the community. What I would like to do is an activity that we did maybe 2 weeks ago where we discussed the budget priorities and you looked at possible reductions. I have the list of everything that we discussed last time with a couple of new items for your consideration. And I can also address any questions that you have up front or as we go.
Mr. President, I have a question, if that's all right.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, if you look at number, oh, sorry, mine doesn't have the number on the, let me just pull it up because I can't see it.
Is it a blue or a yellow?
It's 22. When the board approved its budget priorities at the March 24th meeting, we had 2.5 reading interventionists. And so that was, oh, okay. It was changed then from what I printed.
I did make a change prior to the meeting to bring all the blue items to the bottom, so your line numbers might not be exactly the same if you have a printed copy.
Okay. Because the one I printed from this weekend had the reading interventionist at 1, which is not what the board approved. So it's now been changed, correct?
Yeah,
To say
reading
2.5?
Yes, 2.5.
Okay. That was my question prior to the discussion. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
I apologize. Is there a way that, because this is not what's attached to the agenda, is there a way that we could get this? It's just hard for me to see that far, like that, so I could pull it up on my screen.
Oh, sure.
I apologize. I just don't have the best eyes.
Are you able to do that?
She just put all the blue ones together at the bottom, but otherwise I think
Yeah, can you? Do you have it to attach?
Crystal, if you just share the attachment with me, I will go ahead and upload it in board docs.
Okay.
Thank you.
The attachment on board docs just has a different order, but all the items are the same. The numbers are the same.
Okay.
You're gonna re-upload it?
I mean, I'm okay if you start. I know Miss Camerata will send it to me or upload it, so I'm fine.
Okay, so let me just give a little explanation of what's changed since last time. So everything in yellow is what we decided at that last meeting, where you put those as priorities for reduction. None of the amounts on those have changed since the last time we discussed this. The things that are in blue are the topics for rediscussion. So if you'll see, Dreambox Learning is on here. On the list you've seen prior, there was a dollar amount of $73,000 for that. So if you want to consider not reducing that item, it wouldn't be a savings at all. So that's a $0 amount now. And then things that have a dollar amount, like the curriculum materials for this line 31, this includes not reducing the Explore Learning or the Gizmos program. So it brings the savings down to a 26,000 instead of prior to this, it was 35. And then the other items for discussion are step increases for our support staff members. There's a little bit more detail to what this number is in the actual board item, and I can bring that up too if we want to talk about those specifically. And then there's one item on here that's a negative. So I just wanted to include that because it's not an item that we currently pay for. So it would be an expense of $20,000 for next year if we wanted to keep LPN positions at the new school as well as the ones we already have. So I can answer any questions about the new items, or if you want to give me any directions.
Excuse me,
I'm ready.
President Todd and board members, I have attached the document in board docs. If you'd like to refresh your screen, you should be able to pull it up.
Mr. President, if I may.
You may.
I know the previous meeting, we had talked about additional monies that was found or, just considered. That's not included in here, correct? Because this was from prior.
So the last meeting we discussed that items increased for consulting fees went up. That is still on here at 277,000. Memberships, we thought we could reduce about 30,000. So those are all updated numbers from our last discussion, I think Tuesday.
I think there was a question about the one-time purchases, and I think at the original March 24th, it was like 50,000.
Yes.
But then, like, you did all the work to figure out what the one-time purchases were, and it was upwards of 400,000. And I think that there are going to be different one-time purchases in fiscal year 26. And so I think it would be up to the board to decide, how much of that do we want to consider as a savings?
Correct. We did have, I want to say 50,000 on the very original discussion. So we did the work to identify those purchases and came up with the $400,000 amount, but we've never added that item as a reduction at this point. So we can leave that off if you're comfortable with that. with keeping in mind that we're always going to try to reduce one-time purchases regardless. But, not assigning a specific dollar amount is up to you, but we can add that to the list or just leave it off like it is right now.
Mr. President, do you want us to share our thoughts about the blues? How would you like us to do this?
I think that's appropriate if you'd like to.
Okay. We did remove, so I'm just going to kind of talk about the different blue things, Dreambox. And so what I had posed to staff was, has this been communicated, I posed to administration, has it been communicated to staff? Because I know that although us as parents didn't see a ton of value, I guess, maybe in the program, that doesn't mean that staff doesn't, right? I'm not trained on the program. And so my question would be, is there a possible replacement? And do we want to kind of have a supplemental math curriculum? Because I believe that's really what Dreambox is being used for. And if we are concerned, as I am, about the proficiencies and the achievement in math, are we comfortable removing that? And so I know in a board update that there had, kind of been some pros and cons of IXL, but I did not see a dollar amount tied to IXL. Did you have a dollar amount that you could share with the board?
Not for a math curriculum. No, we don't have a quote on that amount.
Okay. My son personally uses IXL and loves it. So, I would be interested in seeing, a quote, because I certainly want to be able to give teachers other options. So my concern, but obviously we have to be conscious of the budget. And right now, I think when we left it, we were not even in the positive. We were like negative 70,000. And my concern then, and still is now, is that we need to cut in order to give ourselves some room, because inevitably in the last 2 years, we have not been able to adhere to the adopted budget. The curriculum, the only one that the additional curriculum would be the Explore Learning, the gizmos, and that was an 11,000. I would be in favor of bringing that back, just on the feedback I got from teachers. Again, kind of what I've said previously, the step increases. I do think it's, would be wonderful to be able to give those, but again, my concern is giving some employees basically a raise and others not. And do we really have the funds to do that right now? The LPN, I've gotten several emails about this, and people are very passionate about their LPN at Liberty, which I personally know her and think she is an incredible human, an incredible LPN. So it has absolutely nothing to do with her as a person, but if we allow an LPN at one school, then it doesn't seem equitable for other schools who don't have an LPN. There are other schools in the district, and I'm just using my own children's school as an example just because I know it. Estrella doesn't have an LPN. They just have a CNA, and they have 2 self-contained special education classes, which, if we talked about the need, they would probably need one. And so again, it has absolutely nothing to do with the person, but making a smart and equitable decision as a board member. So I would not support, unless the board is going to find money to have an LPN at every school. I don't think it's fair to pick one. I would be in favor of removing, as I voted at the last board meeting, to remove the doctorate stipends for district level staff, in particular the assistant superintendent. Again, it has absolutely nothing to do with any person, but as it is a preferred job qualification, it doesn't seem right to me personally to pay somebody to have a qualification that we want them to have. And then the executive director of school effectiveness, I'm not in support of removing supports for student achievement. We've already cut one educational services coordinator position. And I believe that cutting supports students is not something I'm comfortable doing. Those are my comments about the blue.
Okay, any other comments? Questions?
Mr. President, if I may.
You may.
I'm not going to go through every line item here, but the LPN to Loretta Zumbro and rehiring a CNA, I do think that that deserves, preschool has to have an LPN, right? It has to have an LPN, and that's going to be at Loretta Zumbro, so that has to be there. But I am not in favor of moving an existing one for the reasons I stated before, that these nurses in particular, they know the medical needs of the kids. And she's been a staple in this Liberty School for a long time. She knows the kids, she knows the family, she knows when somebody's off. To me, it's very scary if that's removed and somebody new goes in there not knowing, and then something could happen. These kids, and you know, to Board Member Zimmerman's point, the CNA that's over at Estrella probably knows those kids pretty well. And so it's one of those things where I'm just in favor of keeping it as is and hiring a new LPN for Loretta Zumbro.
Any other questions?
Good.
Go ahead.
Not really a question, more of a comment. I'm still, if we can still give that step increase, that's one of my priorities, or if we can find the money. So I would rather have that than Dreambox and other things like that if we have the other curriculum aids out there. I know there's not another one for math on here, but if I had to choose, I would go with if the teachers could do without Dreambox, that's the one. I would rather have the step increase.
Any other thoughts,
Yeah,
questions?
if I may.
You may.
I just want to add in on the LPN, excuse me, the LPN at Liberty, and just acknowledge, like Board Member Zimmerman said, we've gotten emails from parents who are very concerned about losing their nurse, specifically from parents who have children who really need help at school on a daily basis and probably multiple times a day. And so I hear that and I understand that. And as I said to the parent who reached out to me, I also deal with the same thing. So I completely understand why they feel that way. If it's in the budget to do it, I support it. It's really, like Board Member Zimmerman said, it's not a personal thing. It's just, do we have the money? Which we have yet to see if we will or not. But I just want to acknowledge the fear that can be in a parent who has a child with a medical condition that really requires hands-on care. And if something, even the slightest thing goes wrong, it can be a disaster. And I just want to acknowledge that publicly, that we understand. We're trying to do the best that we can with what we have. So, thank you.
Sure. If I may, I too receive the emails from parents about the nursing situation. I do understand that. And I agree. It's nothing about the person. It's about the need of the district. My concern, and I'm kind of picking this up a little bit late here due to my recent appointment, but I don't feel like we had enough input from the campuses through this process, which is something I had requested last year to do. We have a set amount of money. Last year, we heard from teachers that they needed to be paid more, needed more stuff in the classroom. We did that. It did stretch the budget. It didn't put us over budget. It's very common for school districts to come back and do a mid-year reshuffle of which buckets the money is coming out of and what you do. That's common with most businesses. They're always doing that. Same with schools. So I understand that. I think at the end of the day, the LPN's scope of care is pretty limited. And if it's anything major, they're going to be calling 911. If they call 911 twice a day for the same patient, the same student, chances are they're going to get a different fire truck each time they come who doesn't know that student. They do that all day. you go to the emergency room, you're going to show up to a bunch of healthcare providers that know nothing about that particular patient, for the most part. So I get it, but at the same time, I think to summarize what my colleagues at the end have said is this isn't a personal thing about the teacher or about the nurse or students. It's that we have a finite amount. Now, what I would suggest is that we look a little bit more, and I agree as well, we don't want to cut out of education, but I would propose that we start looking at some positions. I cannot find another school district in the state, and I haven't called them all, that has an executive director of school effectiveness. Seems to me like we could maybe reallocate that position somehow. And that's looks like $155,000. Is that right?
That is salaries and benefits included.
Salaries and benefits. So what's the salary range on that? Do you know?
I want to say when I did the calculation, it's over 100,000.
Right. So we've also heard from some assistant principals, even their concerns about them having to take on the athletic director role. If we take that position, which again, I'm not sure, we'd have to hear from staff how much that is. But my original goal this year, and I wasn't a part early on, was to have each campus look at a campus budget and then start looking how they want this to go. It's always easy to come back after the fact now. We're getting all these emails, and I don't know that those people were involved in the early steps of this, of where they were. And I'm not saying they weren't. I'm just saying that I don't know where they were at. But there seems to be a lot of people that are very surprised by this, by some of the budget issues that are coming out. So I think we need to flush this more. I think we need to ask staff where they feel. There is a matter of comfort in having an LPN versus a CNA. There is some steps of difference there. As far as diabetics, ARS 15-344-01 talks about diabetic management. You can have a lot of different people on the campus do that for diabetic management. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I held a CNA certificate. If they're even allowed, if that's in their scope of care, to administer insulin any different than what 15-344 says. I don't think it is. It could have changed. It's been 30 years since I held that certificate or license. But so I think we need to manage that. I think we need to look at this again. I think the board should really sit down, but we need some good representation from parents and teachers to look at where this is and then say, okay, we can give you this, but what do you want to give up in return? Because at the end of the day, that's what we've got to do. We got to take from somewhere to fund other positions. So I would ask staff to start looking at that a little bit more. We still have some time. It's going to require extra meetings, but I just don't think this process was as open as what it should have been. Last year, I asked for it. It was a little too late with the new superintendent, but I was assured it was going to happen this year, and I don't really think it did. Secondly, as we look at our budget, I think we need to manage very closely what each campus costs, because that's the way we're really going to look. That's how business does. They look at business units, and you don't just look at a big bucket of money. You need to look at what each campus is costing us. That's how we can start identifying where costs are coming from, unexpected costs, and make sure that each campus is running properly. I still haven't seen that. I've asked for that for 4 years. I still don't ever see in a budget where we're looking at what each campus costs us. That helps us make decisions on repairs. If we're just continuing to put money into repairs and it just keeps breaking, it may be time to tear something down and rebuild it. That may be cheaper in the end, and much better use of the taxpayer money. So I would ask that staff look at that as well. When we talk about pay for the assistant superintendent, the $2,500, and I think that comes up in another section as well. I asked that to be brought back up. First of all, this year we've already issued contracts. I think to go back and say, we're going to take this money away is a dangerous situation. At the last meeting, it was said that we just expect people in those positions to hold some sort of a doctorate degree, be that a PhD or an EDD. And I guess I would say that we would also expect those people to hold a certificate in being an assistant or being a superintendent. And our last two assistant superintendents did not even have a certification with the state to be superintendents. One had a approved area of biology and physical education, but no superintendent certification. One had an endorsement for structured English immersion enrollment pre-K through 12 standard professional principal, standard professional crosscat, special ed, and standard professional elementary. When we look at staff that currently holds the position, we see that they have superintendent certification. So I think it's important that we look at that, but since the contract is issued, I'm not at all in favor of going back to that person and telling them we're going to try to take $2,500 away from them. That does not seem to be the good step. And we've never had a doctorate person in an assistant superintendent role. And I do think a lot of people that never make it that far, they have a master's, and that's good. But I think the $2,500 is a small price to pay. The return on investment of getting your doctorate and getting $2,500 a year doesn't line out to me. But I do think that we should include that for others. It should be more, honestly, but we don't have that currently there.
Can I make one comment?
You may.
In terms of asking for the school budgets, I would also like to see like the program budgets, like maintenance and special education and things like that. Because I think if we're looking at schools, we have to look at all of the programs, not just schools.
I would agree. I mean, all that. The other thing is with our signature programs, what does each one cost? Some schools require an extra foreign language teacher. There's cost just to have the program, and then others don't really get the same. So I think we need to look at that. And if we're talking about being fair across the board, we should be spending the same amount of money either per campus or per student on each program. And of course, we have some schools that are smaller, so I don't think we're ever going to get an exact amount to equal, but I do think we need to understand, again, the cost of each campus and what that really costs.
I just want to make sure I understand. So you'd like to know the expenses of all of these items or the budget for these items?
Well, I think both. We got to see how much they were
Okay.
costing, and that's always
Okay.
the challenge with school budgets is these seem to come in late. Boards are expected to try to understand this, but we have no idea where we're really at with each school. And I'm hesitant to pick a school and say a name because I don't want people to think we're trying to cut a program. That's not the goal. But there are programs in the district that cost us considerably more for that campus, and that drives the cost of the campus to exist up. So are we doing the right thing on each of these programs? Are we spending the right amount of money? Is the program too expensive? Everybody wants to have something maybe better than what they have. If we can afford it, we're all for it, but we've got to live within our means. And last year, we did look to make a lot of maintenance. We had deferred maintenance. We had a report, and the company came out and told us we had some of the worst deferred maintenance reports that they had seen with how long we had let things go. So we had to spend some money there. We had to get into some reserves. We had to take money out of M&O. We gave teacher raises. Now we need to look at that. And that was my request last year. I'm going to request it this year. We need to look at each campus and what it really costs. Look at each campus and then let that staff get together and start figuring out what works for them. We kind of had some discussion 8 months ago about permanent guest teachers or an instructional, a discipline type person. The district was kind of split. I think each campus needs to be able to look at that and see. And if a school wants something more than we're able to provide, maybe in the case of the nurse situation, then what are they willing to give up to make that happen? Is there something there that they could cut a little bit? And the best way you become efficient, honestly, is to start looking at this. And sometimes recognizing you're close to the limit is good because you start really looking at every expenditure. Do I really need that? I remember when I was much younger and I had $10 left to get me through till Friday. I probably didn't buy that Thirst Buster for 99 cents 3 times a day because that was $3 out of the pocket. So you look at these things and you start becoming more efficient. What can I do? Maybe I don't need that pair of running shoes immediately. The one I have, they're ugly, but they still work just fine. And I think that's where we need to get each campus looking at, because for some reason there's this misnomer of you have to do this, and just go out to the, Liberty Schools and ag program, and maybe Miss Murray can help us figure out how to grow money trees. But so far they're not growing any of those over there, and the money just does not fall off the trees. So kind of like a retired community, we're on a fixed income, and it's tough, and we don't get to raise taxes Other companies, cities can raise the tax. Everybody else can raise the tax except for the school district. I'm not a supporter of raising taxes, but it's there. A hotel company, just $1 more a night over the Hilton hotel chain, and how many millions of dollars that bring them? We don't have those resources, and people need to understand where this budget's at. I think the best way to do that is to have them more involved in this process, and there should be multiple meetings, and every teacher, every staff member should want to be here taking a part in those meetings to come up with a budget that works, where they also will become educated and realize we just can't have, I'm sure if you ask Mr. Young, he would love to have bigger tractors. The budget doesn't afford that right now. But we have to look at that. If we're spending twice as much money on small tractors, maybe we just need to buy the big one. And that's where we're going to get this budget process worked out as we look per campus. Any other questions on 3.2? Okay. Karen,
Sorry. I would, can I?
one more.
I would just, encourage the board to make sure that we are leaving ourselves some wiggle room in this budget, as to things always come up. And so I think it would be in our best interest to cut more, unfortunately, in the beginning, so that we don't find ourselves in the situation that we are now, where we're trying to make it work at the end of the year.
Thank you. Move to 3.3, discussion consideration to approve the assistant superintendent salary and wage schedule. I asked to have this brought back up. We dovetailed into it a little bit in the last section. After understanding what we were talking about a little bit more, it was late in that last meeting, and taking a look at the fact that the contracts were already issued. Speaking with legal, I think it's ill-advised to take away the $2,500 stipend for a PhD or any sort of doctorate, an EDD. We kind of have both of those in education. I think it's ill-advised to do that, so I asked for the board to reconsider that and continue that through. And again, as I talked about, when we talk about what's expected, and that comment was made last time, well, we just expect this person to have a PhD or an EDD. I don't know that we always, it's preferred, but in today's world, it seems to be a little bit more of a bonus sometimes. And again, as I went back and I looked at past people that had this position, they didn't even have a superintendent certification, which, by the way, just so everybody's clear, in the state of Arizona, it's not required. But I would think that would be much more expected than an EDD or a PhD. So I just asked for that to be reconsidered.
May I make a comment?
You may.
I just want to say that I didn't say it was expected. I said it was a preferred qualification. And I can understand that we did already approve the contract language. So although I think that we should revisit this idea in the future, I can understand that it, since we issued contracts, that would be unfair to do.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the assistant superintendent salary wage schedule for fiscal year 25-26.
And you want to keep the $2,500 stipend, correct?
Yeah, as it reads.
Okay. All right.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the assistant superintendent salary and wage schedule for fiscal year 25-26, including the $2,500 stipend for a doctorate levels degree. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll call the vote. Board Member Zimmerman,
Aye.
Board Member Schmidt,
Aye.
Vice President Kenyon,
Aye.
Board Member Sorrentioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that approved. 5 yes, 0 no.
Excuse me, Board President Michael Todd, who'd second that?
Okay, item 3.4, discussion and reconsideration to approve the third reading of liquidated damages policy. Mr. Sorrentino, you request this be brought back up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. After thinking more about this, what I want to discuss really is who makes that final decision. More I thought about it, I didn't like the fact that it was with the cabinet because it's not very defined. And then on top of that, we're all human, and I feel like the cabinet, even though they might not mean to, they work with these individuals closely, and they might have a bias or a perceived bias if somebody doesn't get their waiver approved. So that's why I feel like, even though I hated voting on it all the time, I think it needs to come back to the school board us to make that final decision if based on the recommendation, but it should be our decision if somebody has to pay money back to the district or not.
Can I make a comment?
You may.
So I have several concerns with this. Policy BEDBA states that a board member must request an agenda item in a public meeting. That was not done by Mr. Sorrentioni. So that violated policy to have it on this agenda. And that policy also states that only somebody can bring it back if they voted in the majority, which Mr. Sorrentioni did. But it was approved at the last meeting. And so this policy that is before us in a red line, it was approved. The policy was approved. So if we want to bring it back, then it should be as a first read with the proposed changes according to policy BCB, because we approved this policy at the last meeting. So I'm not honestly sure why it's on the agenda as a third read when it was approved. If Mr. Sorrentioni would like to bring it back, that is his right. He voted in the majority, but it should be requested at the end in a public meeting as stated in policy, and then it should be a first read with the proposed changes. It shouldn't be in red because that is the policy.
This is a reconsideration of just this one element, the who's going to actually make the determination. And when you do a reconsideration, it's supposed to be done immediately after the decision was made. If you look at Robert's Rules of Order, the reconsideration is supposed to follow up immediately after. So that's why it's on there, and it was accepted by the board and the board president and superintendent for an agenda item.
Okay, so now we don't have to request agenda items in public. We can just email the board president.
As I said, this was a special case of a reconsideration. But we'll be, we're working real hard on these policies for the trust policies, and I would recommend to the board that they consider that's a very laborious and slow process for other board members to get things on the agenda. So I would recommend that be considered in the adoption of new policies.
Okay, but it's not our current policy.
I understand that.
Okay.
But your point, sir, is because this is a reconsideration, it was okay to have on there
That's correct.
because it was brought up immediately.
Well,
That's the difference.
I disagree. So
That's
I stand by the way I voted. I do not think that we should be going into executive session every single meeting. I think that we set the policy. If you'd like it to be 5 members of cabinet, I agree that there could be a conflict
Mr.
of interest.
President, I'd like to call a question.
Okay, question's been called.
I'm not done.
The question was called, so under Robert's rules, we go to the vote.
No, it doesn't. And I'm going to keep going because I'm not done giving my comment. You may
question
not
was called.
silence
You went
me.
into
I have
executive
every right to, as a board member, to
Recess until you're
speak.
done. Take 15 minutes. going to show that we're back in the session. There was a call for the question that if I was allowed to speak, I would have explained that the call for the question was out of line. There was no motion, there was no second, so therefore the call to the question cannot be heard. That would allow Ms. Zimmerman to continue. That's what we will do at this point. Again, you can only call the question if there's a motion and a second that is already on the table. Ms. Zimmerman, proceed.
I just want to reiterate my point that, as I made at the last board meeting when we already discussed this and it was voted on, that I do think that the decision should be made by cabinet. I am open to having a discussion about how we outline the policy, or if there is some sort of appeal process possibly through the board so that it doesn't always have to come through us. I do think that there may be some HIPAA concerns with the assistant superintendent giving us all of the information needed to waive liquidated damages. And I want to make sure that I'm sensitive to that, because if we are entrusted with this decision, I do feel that we need to have all of the information. So is there something that we could do where the decision is initially made by cabinet, and as it's not written up there, but as I stated in the motion when we passed this, that it had to be made by at least 3 people to try to avoid the concern, Mr. Strensoni, that you brought up about a conflict. And then if there is an appeal of the liquidated damages, then maybe it come before the governing board to try to limit the amount of times that we need to go in executive session.
So I have a few things to say. First of all, HIPAA does not apply because HIPAA only applies to those who do electronic Medicare billing, healthcare providers, clearinghouses, and so forth. The school district is not under HIPAA for that. Secondly, 15502A implies that the board sets contracts and wages, therefore would imply that any modification of that has to be approved by the board. We did speak to legal about this. That was legal's advice on this. I think it's dangerous when you start delegating authority outside on a contract that you have, and it could change moment by moment. There ultimately is no reason to have anything in the contract if 5 individuals that aren't in the board, that aren't writing the policy, can then waive. So that's why this was, I voted no originally for it. I still would vote against what we currently have with a cabinet making those selections. Secondly, you're actually asking cabinet to then discuss all of this. So your concerns about HIPAA, which don't apply, but if they did, let's just talk about general HR and customer or employee privacy. We now have to expose that person's private information amongst cabinet members, which then can be disseminated everywhere. I think it's best that the HR director look at each case and make a recommendation. Ms. Mahorn, you've done that for us in the past with a teacher. I remember one time that was homeless, and you called us and said your recommendation was we let them out of the contract without liquidated damages because they were able to move somewhere out of the area where they could get there. It does not require that we go into executive session for every one of these. If we're aware of what it is and HR is making the recommendation, I think that's far more private than it going before a group of cabinet members who then ultimately kind of becomes a public record. Any notes, any discussions in hallways, it's more secure to have the HR director make a recommendation to the board. I can't see too many times at all where a board would probably not recognize that recommendation and go ahead and approve that. If every single one of them started coming back, the board may want to take a look at that. But overall, I think we have to trust our HR directors. Whoever is in that position, we've hired them to do a job. If they're not doing it, then we have to make those changes. But in the meantime, if they're doing their job and they're screening these, they're the one person in this circle that can hear the employees' concerns, hear why they're trying to have their liquidated damage received, and then make a good determination on if that's possible or not.
Mr. President, if I may.
You may.
Last meeting, I voted no on this because same things as you had just mentioned, Mr. President, but also I had explained my concern of future cabinet just using this as a political tool. If it always comes before the board, then it's the board making the decision in addition to what, the concerns that you brought forward, where this is a contract that the board has agreed upon. And so if that contract's going to be amended, then the board should be appraised of that. But I'm for changing the language in here so that the governing board has the ultimate say.
Can I make a comment?
You may.
I believe that the contract language says in the board's sole discretion. So if we are going to move it back to the board, I do not believe that the HR director should be recommending to waive it or not. If it is our sole discretion, I don't feel that we should be influenced by their interpretation. You could say that it's still a conflict of interest, their decision, their recommendation, I apologize, to recommend to waive it or not. I just think, it should be on there for the board to decide. The information should be given to us. And I think by them indicating whether it should be waived or not, that's delegating the authority from us if it's supposed to be fully for the board.
And I think that's exactly what it would be, our sole discretion. It's simply a recommendation from Human Resources because they're screening it first. If they have questions about it, or if the board has questions, then certainly they could have an executive session and discuss it further, noticing the employee with an A1 and giving them the right to come. Again, it's only a recommendation from HR, but it would be the board's sole discretion, which would put us right in line with the policy that you speak of.
Okay, but if we are not given, in my past experience on the board, is that the recommendation is given, but there's no information given to the board about how that recommendation was made. So how can we determine if that is an appropriate recommendation?
As far as it's been in the past, you can speak directly to the HR director and she can tell you why her recommendation was that. That does not violate any open meeting law. She's not polling a board. She's not asking how you feel about it. She's simply giving you the facts of the information that she has.
Mr. President, if I may.
You may.
So in the past, liquidated damages have only applied to certain people who fall under certain criteria, which is outlined in our board policy. And Dr. Mulhern, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's always been the case. If somebody resigns from their position without completing their contract and, they fall within those parameters, liquidated damages apply across the board. There's no yes or no. It's just they apply. That's board policy. Then the recommendation to waive the liquidated damages is what comes before us. At the end of the day, we do approve the liquidated damages and the waived liquidated damages. Right. But they're only falling in that category if they fell within what our board policy says. And so that just comes before us. We don't need that information. It's the information where it gets waived, because we already have we know why it's liquidated damages. It broke their contract. That's in our policy.
Right.
So we don't need an individual basis on every employee that this happens with. What in my mind is the question is to waive the liquidated damages. There's a unique circumstance. They fall into that category, but now we're going to waive it for this individual because of this unique circumstance. So I don't know where we keep getting off on. We need to see everybody's information on everything. Well, it's in our policy. So it's just the ones that are waived that we're really considering.
Say that again.
It's just the ones, the contracts that are brought before us, or the employees that are brought before us that are the liquidated damages are waived that we're really considering, right? The other ones, they violated the policy. They broke their contract. That's why they're getting liquidated damages.
I think the ones that are the most questions or the most brought up are the ones that are not waived, are the ones that are the most questioned or the most problems are the ones that are most waived, the ones that try to find a loophole of why they should be waived.
Okay, well, if they're saying why they should be waived, then I think that's what comes before the board, right?
That, yeah.
I mean,
that
that's
could
my
be.
understanding.
That could be.
So
Yeah,
then-
that could be, you know, if it's not clear, cut and dry. Usually that's clear, cut and dry. More
Very.
times than not, it's very clear, cut and dry.
That's kind of my point. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve I make a motion to approve the third reading of liquidated damages policy with the change that liquidated damages, all decisions to waive, not waive liquidated damages fee will be made by the governing board. Yes, I'll say that again, Ms. Minnie. I make a motion to approve third reading of liquidated damages policy with, it's the very last line, all decisions to waive / not waive the liquidated damages fee will be made by the governing board.
Before we have a second, I'm going to just ask legal, is that the proper motion? This is not a reconsideration because we did have a second read and approve. So is that the right language to do this for a reconsideration and change that language or change that policy back? I think it works. Okay. I don't. I just want to make sure because this is a unique situation. I honestly never ran into a reconsideration. So
It was a new policy too.
I think it works.
all right. So we have the motion. We have a second.
Second.
All right. We have the motion. We have the second. I think we've discussed it quite a bit. We'll go for a vote. Board Member Zimmerman.
Nay.
Board Member Schmidt.
Nay.
Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Strencioni.
Aye.
I'm also, I will show that approved 3 yes, 2 no.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
You may.
I just want to make sure. So every time a teacher wants out of their contract, I am bringing all the information to the governing board for you to make a decision. I just want to make sure I'm doing it correctly.
My understanding is yes, you would bring that as with a recommendation to waive any liquidated damages. If they're waiving the liquidated, if they're requesting a waiver of liquidated damages for those unique circumstances, then you would bring that to us. Final approval.
I am bringing a recommendation.
You would bring a recommendation, but the board would have the sole authority and discretion to approve that recommendation or to
Or not.
not. Correct. All right, 3.5, discussion consideration of revised job descriptions for Executive Director of School Effectiveness, Curriculum and Instructional Coordinator, Executive Director of Operations, Executive Director of Information Systems and Technology, Early Childhood Preschool Coordinator, Research Director, Special Ed Services Coordinators, Student Management Systems Analyst, and Student Registration Specialist. Dr. Mahorn.
So these are, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, governing board members, these are the remaining job descriptions that we did not get to on Tuesday during the board meeting.
So I just have a question really quick and what everybody else is thinking. If we approve all of these job descriptions, does that mean you immediately start trying to hire them? As my concern is, as we continue to look at the budget right now, we need to make changes. We need to hire folks. Again, the district is way late in getting this brought forward, but at the same token, I would hate to hire somebody for a position that may change or go away as we continue to work out the budget. The one that most concerns me, and again, I'm not recommending the cut, but I am questioning the position as it currently is that Executive Director of School Effectiveness. I just don't, are you aware of any other district in your career? Have you ever had anybody that has that position.
I have not heard of that exact position anywhere, no.
So that's my only concern is if we approve all of these, what happens? We start hiring.
All, we can approve some. I mean, again, it's up to you all as a board, which ones we approve. Just like on Tuesday, we approved 3, we posted those 3.
Right.
And we can,
So we can approve all of these, we can start searching, but in the next few weeks, if the board decides to eliminate a position or reallocate it, we just would not, we'd either rescind an offer or not fill it.
yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it can,
Can I make a comment?
You may.
In terms of that particular position, I just want the board to consider that we already eliminated the ed services. And so some of those job duties went into that position. So, we would need to, if that position or any position were to be cut, then we'd need to reallocate those job duties again. So that is, my concern with that. In terms of the other job descriptions, the main thing I have is just on the executive director of operations. I think that we need to clarify which salary schedule they're being placed on. All of the other ones identify which salary schedule they're on. It just says like placed on the salary schedule for the board and doesn't say administrator or director. The other ones do. And the job description isn't listed here because we have eliminated the job, but I still think that the job description that was created for the Director of Student Services needs to be looked at because at the last meeting, Dr. Monroe had talked about how all of those job descriptions or duties were already for the Assistant Superintendent of HR and Support Services. But when I looked at that job description, only one of the responsibilities and duties had to do with discipline. And that whole job has a lot to do with discipline. So I just really think that we need to look at that job description and make sure that we're allocating it to other positions to ensure that we are supporting principals, with discipline.
Members, any questions, comments? I would point out that the just lost my track here in this meeting. Let me find it. The director of student services was a position that was originally introduced by our previous superintendent. That's actually what Dr. Mahorn was originally hired in for. Because of the workload on the assistant superintendent, that position came to be. So that's not a new, it is a new position, sort of, but not exactly, because it was introduced to our board many years ago, prior to Dr. Monroe being here. That was a position we thought we might not need from the start. And so it never, we filled it initially. And then once Dr. Monroe got in, he recognized that there could be some savings there and we could allocate additional money other places. So just for board members who are looking at that, we've never had that position. We did approve it long ago under Dr. Schuff, and then it went away pretty quickly. So if there's no other discussions, we can take a motion.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve the revised job descriptions for curriculum and instruction coordinator, executive director of operations, executive director of information systems and technology, early childhood and preschool coordinator, research director, special education services coordinator, student management systems analysis, and student registration specialist. So Ms. Camerata, if you're following, it's everything except for the executive director of school effectiveness.
Yeah, you didn't, excuse me, you didn't say assessment coordinator job description either, so is that one supposed to be in there?
No, it's not. The clean is on there, but we approved at the last meeting.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay, do I have a second?
Mr. President,
You may.
do we need to make an amendment to fix that operations one where it doesn't have the schedule that we spoke about?
We probably do. Yes, I think we should make that. We'll have to
I could,
withdraw his motion and clean it up.
okay.
I
I will,
believe.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What did you say, Mr. Cincinnati?
When he was making his motion, if he wants to change it, we forgot to add to clean up the operations, the director of operations one, the board says, so it specifies what salary schedule.
Okay,
can I
go ahead. Chris.
amend it?
Yes.
Okay. So do I have to repeat the whole thing or just
No,
include?
just add your amendment.
Okay. So to add the salary schedule for the executive director of operations.
So we need a second.
I'm second. I was making sure she was done typing.
All right, so we have a motion. We have a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Board Member Zimmerman.
Nay, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Okay, at the end, Board Member Schmidt,
Aye.
Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that proof 4-1. Board Member Zimmerman.
I voted nay just because we did not include the director of school effectiveness. And since the board has already voted on a majority of its budget priorities, I think that we should move forward with at least approving the job description.
Thank you. Now we'll move back up to the fun part here. 8:47, we've allowed 2 hours for our general business. Trust Policy Transition Session 5, including Chapters 4 and 5. Ms. Castellanos.
It's tall.
It's the one on the side of the right. Yeah, push in on the back.
No.
All right.
You have until 10:50.
Okay.
Ms. Castellanos.
Good
please
evening, Governing Board President Mr. Todd, Vice President Kenyon, and Governing Board members. It's a pleasure to see you all again. Before we start, I would really like to kind of reorient us to the process and get your discussion and approval of a process for not just this read, but also for our upcoming second and third reads. The reason for this is as we move forward, we're looking to have a deadline of July 1st to have everything with its final approval. We currently have two, is that correct, Ms. Camerati? Yeah, so we currently have two sessions that are already set aside for some additional work. However, we do need to kind of streamline this process because we are so far behind. We started this process on November 25th, and we are continuing, as you all know. So I just would like to, and President Todd, maybe you can help us out here with guiding some of this discussion. I'd like to get a process together that is representative of what this board with this dynamic would like to see moving forward and how we could streamline that process.
Sure. I think we spoke a bit. It seems like when we're adopting this much policy, we're probably going to end up with a third read, just because the first time around there's a lot of changes. I think it's hard for everybody to visual as we're trying to write hand notes and reference back and forth. So my thoughts would be that, as my understanding, watching some previous board meetings on video, was this first phase was just to try to see the alignment, to not make any changes. So as long as we're aligned moving over, we'll make some proposed changes. But until we can actually see those printed out and redlined, it's pretty difficult to expect to come back and just approve in a second read, which I think we saw in the last meeting where we had chapters 1 and 2, but there were some additional changes. So it feels like that would be a little more better if we can get these into a Word document. Each board member can maybe track changes. I talked with Mr. Dangerfield earlier about this. We track changes, we can send those to you, and then you can bring those together into a document that then we can view in a second read, and then probably a third read for approval. My only reason we can do it in a second read if they're good, but I suspect once we see all the changes, there's going to be some discussion and some more reference and so forth. So that I think we're probably headed on that course, but I'm open to what my fellow board members think as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Todd, may I?
Yes, you may.
Okay. My feeling is that I think that we should all give our ideas in this first read. Because I think if we just look at alignment, and we're going to reread the policies again, it's a lot of time, right? Like chapters 1 and 2, we already did. And now it seems we're going to need to go back. So I would really advocate for us to suggest our concerns or possible inclusions and then bring those back in a red line version so that all board members can see the suggestions. And then, as Mr. Todd stated, we can either vote to change those or, possibly go to a third read. But I would encourage us not to try to do that all in one meeting, all 5 chapters. I think that's a lot to look at in a red line version. So if we could even start with chapter 1, and get the red line version of what was proposed, then, potentially we could have have the discussion about the red lines and then potentially have a third read.
Do you mind if I propose something real quick? Okay. So what I noticed when we came back to read chapters 1 and 2, some of the discussion centered around something that had already been discussed. And then it was our impression as we were going through that process that there wasn't an agreement on it. So I'm curious if it might be helpful for you all to send me your initial red lines first. Then I'll bring that to the board for discussion as our first read of chapter 5. If that makes sense. So if you will send me whatever red lines you have or questions that you have, I can compile them into one document. And then that's what we discuss as chapter 5. And that may be a little bit more helpful. And then when we're going through the second read that I brought to you for chapters 1 and 2, those were the red line versions of everything that was the board members had agreed upon. But there's going to be additional questions, of course. So if I can send you a copy of that red line version and you can send me feedback, or we can set up, I've offered the board in a previous conversation, we can set up a 30-minute to 1 hour session with each board member, and I can get whatever feedback, compile that into one document and bring that to the board. Will that help streamline the process, or are you?
I think that's what I was trying to suggest. You may have just said it in a better, smoother way.
I mean, some of it, yes, that could be possible. I apologize.
I apologize, Mr. King.
Mr. President, if I may.
You may.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that. I know there's a lot here, and honestly, we can be here for a long, long time if we go over every little thing we want to talk about. But I think if individually we can send you our recommended changes or questions, I think that streamlines everything. You get all that, compile it, and then we have a meeting and discuss just what the questions and the red lines are, right?
Yeah.
Everything else, we should be good. So I'm in agreement.
May I make a comment?
Yes, please.
That's okay.
You may, sorry.
Okay.
I was trying to read my chicken scratch. My apologies.
I'm a little bit confused as to what you're proposing, to be honest. So the policy adoption is the main responsibility of the board. So, and I think that we should be making our recommendations in a public meeting. I'm not particularly comfortable giving them behind closed doors. I think in transparency purposes, we should be doing them in the public. So, I guess I'm not really understanding. So we're not going to continue the first read. We're going to send all of their changes. To me, that is a lot of like typing and things. I'd personally rather do it in a meeting and have you compile the list. So are you proposing that we not basically do this as a first read and we just send you all the changes and then you redline our suggestions and then do a read?
Correct.
And then that would still be for everybody to see because all those red line changes will be brought before the board before the public as well, obviously before the board and in front of the public. So then that would give you the opportunity to see all those changes, see where everybody's at. You could probably even identify if there's any collisions. If somebody says red light, somebody says green light in the change, you're going to recognize that. You can kind of take us through the steps a little better than what we're currently doing, correct?
Correct. And I want to do what's most comfortable for the board. Of course, I work for you all, and however we can do this to streamline it the fastest way possible. I just didn't want to waste your time with coming back and having discussions on things that we might have had discussions on months back, right? Months ago. So that's why I was looking for a new way to like streamline this process for you.
I'm good with it, especially if we can spend, if you've offered time for the board. Again, I'll listen to everybody else as well, and then we can come up with we can't really take a vote per se, but I think we can come up with an idea of what's going to work best.
Okay.
Again, though, if we send you changes, we're still going to bring this back to the public. You can even identify who made each recommended change in that red line. So we might see 4 red lines under this first one, section A. You might see 4 red lines, and you could even
You'll
show
see a
who
list
that-
of comments along the side.
Right.
Yeah, you'll see a list of comments that are along the side. And of course, I would run this past Clyde as well, Mr. Dangerfield as well, just to make sure
Right.
that we are in compliance legally. But yes, the recommendations would all be compiled into one document, and I can take those either over the phone, or I could take those, over the phone in a meeting or through text, or not text, email. But it would be a recorded document one way or another.
And you and Mr. Dangerfield, you guys have spoke about this a little bit to keep us compliant with everything, correct?
Yes, yes. It will all come back to the board and available to the public to review all the red lines.
So again, are we not discussing chapter 4 and chapter 5 tonight?
We will be continuing the discussion of chapter 4 tonight so that we can get it closed out, and then it will be up to you all how you want to proceed with chapter 5.
Okay, carry on.
All right. So we can start with chapter 4 on page 59. It is policy 4-302.b, procedure, leave, and earned paid sick time. Page 59. And I'll open up this policy for any questions, concerns, considerations. All right. Hearing none, we'll move on to 4-302.c.
Really quick, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I have a note here. One of my concerns is payouts at the end. Currently, we accrue for as long as I understand it, we accrue for as long as the employee is here. That's unfunded. We don't set aside money each year if somebody moves on. So if they leave after 20 years, we've got a pretty large check. I don't know if that falls into this section or if it's going to fall somewhere else, but just most places will let you accrue time for 1.5 You know, if you get 2 weeks vacation, you can carry 4. The same with sick time. It doesn't gain. So we're not having a big payout at the end of 20 or 30 years. That's completely unfunded in our district. So when the year is over, the money's gone, and then 20 years later, we're having a payout on that.
Yeah. And Dr. Mohan, I'm seeing in here, it says a maximum of 40 hours of unused EPST will be rolled over into the following year for use by the employee. So it is only going to be for a maximum of 2 years, correct? So if we have a 20-year employee, the max that they could be rolling over is for 2 years. Is that accurate? Huh? Okay.
There is a cap.
We'll need you to the microphone so we have there's one right there.
Was it 40 days? I feel like we've had this discussion. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Administrators can carry up to 40.
Why don't you sit down in the chair so we get in the mic?
Closer to the mic.
Administrators can carry up to 40 days. After that, they stop accruing for that year until they've used down. The max they can carry is 40. For other 12-month support staff, it's capped at different terms depending on your length of employment.
But that's vacation, right? That's not sick.
Is
We already did
I think it's
vacation.
120
Yes.
days.
Okay, so this is.
I think all that was in 4302. Just so back on page 48.
And sick leave isn't paid out unless you qualify for the 365 waiver payment. And you have to be here for 10 years and you have to, at least minimum, and you have to retire with the district. So sick leave isn't one that's normally just paid out.
Where is that written?
Which one?
You're
The
just referring
365
to.
waiver is in the policy or the
Is
handbooks.
there an employee handbook?
Yep.
That
We have a
should be shared
certified
with
guest
Amy.
teacher and a support staff.
That should probably be shared with Amy so we can incorporate it.
Yeah, it should be in policy as well. There's a 365 waiver policy.
It's on page 63, the 365. Come on.
On page 63.
And that's at a rate. It's not at their normal hourly rate. If you're a certified staff member, it's at the guest teacher rate. If you're at an hourly staff member, it's paid at the lowest hourly rate. And it's a percentage for depending on how many years you've been here. I want to say it's 30, 40, and 50%.
Okay. It's already here. Yeah. Yeah, it's already here.
Is that G on page 63? Where's that?
It's on page 63. It is letter G, yes.
G.
But that policy doesn't explicitly say the part that you just said about the breakdown. Yeah, it just says that they had to have had 365 days effective. But there's no information in here about the percentage or anything like that.
And I would also say in this new policy, it doesn't say that they can ask for a waiver.
The 365 waiver, okay.
Since we moved on to this policy, can I make a comment about this, a different part of it?
A part of 4-302B or a part of the
C.
C?
Yeah.
Are we ready to move on to C?
Well, as long as we're addressing the question, which I guess it's here, but then we just need to make a note. Perhaps we need to better align that with our policy and our handbook.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will grab the procedures from Dr. Mohan. Okay. Ms. Zimmerman, please.
Oh, okay. It's also in G. It says employees shall not be entitled to use this benefit if the employee is terminated for cause or resigns in lieu of termination or non-renewal of employment. I feel like this could be used against an employee where they, are being told they're going to be non-renewed, whether there's cause for that non-renewal or not, because administrators can be non-renewed for no cause. And so I feel like that could be used against our employees by saying that they're not entitled to this if they resign in lieu of a non-renewal. So I'm not comfortable with that language.
So are you suggesting that that language be removed in its entirety?
Just that, just that one sentence would be my recommendation.
So for reference, we're on page 63 under G, and it is the second sentence that Board Member Zimmerman is requesting to be removed.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
I like it being in there because if they are fired and we go through certain things, like we probably don't want to pay them out.
Okay, I would agree with termination, but could we remove the part in a resignation in lieu of a non-renewal?
I have no problem with that one.
Okay. So I agree with your point about termination for cause. So thank you for that, but I would, so not the whole sentence.
Mr. President, if I may,
You may.
I'm actually fine with it as it reads. The reason being is that in many professional businesses, you do sit down with somebody if you're having an issue, whatever it may be. And a lot of times it's a professional courtesy to give that employee the option to resign or the option to take a termination. And so, you know, I've been the one sitting there and giving that option many times. And so I still don't think that if they're in that position, then there's a reason they're in that position. So at this point, I'm okay with leaving the language as it is.
But it says in lieu of termination or non-renewal. Anybody can be non-renewed. You know, again, it's going to be the will of the board. So I thought that what we were doing is just sharing our thoughts, and then this would be a red line.
That's correct.
Okay.
That is
That's correct.
Okay.
So just to clarify that, because the request in that second paragraph, that request for the waiver to be paid out, could we add that as a red line since that is a current policy?
Yes, I will align current policy with this, or current procedures with this policy.
Thank you.
But we're not changing anything right now.
No,
No.
Okay.
just providing you with red lines. Any other questions, considerations on 4-302.c? Okay. Moving on to page 63, 4-302.d.
Just at the end, that last sentence, employees may be. Oh, I apologize.
Just to clarify, you said D correctly? Right,
Yes.
correct. Military leave.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, members, if you could just specify what page too, so we know some of these policies are multiple pages, so we can get to it really quick.
So moving on to page 66, 4-302E, bereavement leave.
I just want to point out at the last sentence, employees may be required. We want it to be a may and not a shall. I just, pointing that out for a point of clarity for the board.
I have for 4302E, what's not listed on here, and I think we should include it, is foster children, or if there's a surrogate parent situation. That still can have a pretty, both of those can have a pretty significant impact on families if there is a need for bereavement.
Are you suggesting foster or like in local parentis guardianships?
Yeah, I mean, even a family that may have a long-term foster child in their house that may be there for months at a time, if there is a death, I would feel really, they become connected to them as though they're their own children. And I would hate to have this policy say, I'm sorry, foster family, you've been raising this person for a year or two, perhaps maybe longer, and well, you can't take any time off because they were, a lot of these foster children are ill. Not all of them. Some of them just have really hard lives, and they may make a decision that's not good. Their life ends. It's really hard to tell that family that's been raising them, sorry, you can't have any bereavement time. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, because one comment I would also have is it says up to 5 days, but if they have somebody pass away 6 months apart, does that mean they've already used their 5 days for the year? That means they can't use it again if somebody else dies?
I don't read it that way. It says eligible for up to 5 days with pay of bereavement leave per year for the death of an immediate family member. I would think if you have 2 deaths, that starts over. I don't want to be the person to say sorry.
Oh, I 100% agree with you. I just, the way it's written,
Yeah, I would.
common sense says no.
Sorry, I would agree with how Mr. Cirincione is reading it, that it says 5 days of bereavement per year. So maybe it just needs to be more clear that it's, per, you don't want to say, event. I was going to say incident, but that's the wrong word too, but I'm tired, sorry. So per event or per family member, just so that it is clear that if you would have 2 tragedies in your family in the same year, you're not expected to come to work the next day for the second one.
Right.
And that one is policy GCCH in our current one, if that helps. And if we're making changes, does it help if we give the current policy that we have with ASBA? Just kind of points in to where we're going, or?
Yeah, we can look at them. So typically when I'm making any changes, I do look at the corresponding current policy.
Okay.
We okay to move on?
Yeah,
Okay.
just really quick for clarification. I know this is silly, but fortunately I saw this happen somewhere, not here, thank goodness, but employees may be required to provide verification for bereavement leave. A death certificate comes weeks later sometimes. You just don't want somebody hung up and I saw this transpire with a friend of mine at their work. And, we got to have a death certificate. We're not going to pay you until you show that. And that took some time. So they basically ended up having to take time off without pay. They got it back retrospectively, but unfortunately APS and local mortgage companies don't work on IOUs. And so I think we should just make sure that the language is in there, that we're not going to make people jump through hoops, and and I really don't want them bringing their loved one here. Look, it's real. That's not.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you get some rogue people. I don't believe it would ever happen in this district,
Right.
but unfortunately, I didn't think it would happen in that situation, and these things do happen. So I think we just need to make sure we clean up that language where we're not making somebody jump through hoops. It's traumatic enough time. We need to do everything that we can for our staff to support them and not make them jump through hoops. But
So my question would be, do you want that in policy or is that the procedure? Right? So
Yeah, it may just be
typically
procedure.
what I can make sure that the procedure aligns and that procedure has really great language around it. But to put it in policy, it's so much harder to change policy than it is to change procedure. And then it makes it really thick.
yeah, that's fine.
Is it?
We
Okay. So
currently accept
we'll
like an
cross.
obituary, in the paper or in anything. It doesn't have to be a death certificate.
Yeah, certainly I understand. I just know,
Yeah.
like I said, that's the common sense approach. Unfortunately, not every employer sees that. And it's never happened here, but it shouldn't have happened where it did either. So just to protect that person.
Okay. Any other? Okay. 4-302.f, sick leave bank.
Okay, I have a couple questions. One, I think when we talked about this previously, we really need to link this policy to the one that just briefly mentions the sick leave that we talked about Tuesday. My question for staff is, are people making a donation of a day once, like in their, lifetime, or once a year?
Once a year, and you have to have 64 hours to be eligible to donate.
That you've like banked? Okay. I think we probably need to make it clear in the policy that it's once a year, because I couldn't gather that from this policy. That's what I was kind of thinking. On the bottom of page 67, it says donations are final and employees may not request refund of donation. Donations will remain in the sick leave bank upon employee's separation. Oh, okay. I read it wrong. Okay. When I read it out loud, it made more sense.
So I have a question about this as well. Once you get your notes.
Mm-hmm.
She's ready.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So if a person has 40 hours of sick time, and I'm just going to speak round numbers, if they're paid $5 a day, and now we get into the sick bank, and then somebody else wants to donate a day, but they get paid $3 a day. For the first 40 hours or whatever they have in their bank, we have that. But these are for long-term, typically longer situations. Do we get kind of a fallout at the end because we've budgeted for this person who gets $2 a day? They've donated a day, but that's not the $400 or $500 that the other person makes. So do we have a budget shortfall that happens as a result of this, where we might need to look at a scale where somebody who's makes half the money that the person's actually using it? How do we look at that?
Well, what is the current process for that?
It would be at you're at your daily rate or hourly rate for each. That we have such a surplus at the end of the year of how many people actually use the sick leave bank. It's pretty minimal. In my 5 years, 6 years, however long I've been with the district, I think we've done processed 4 applicants. So we essentially accrue a lot of time, but it doesn't usually have such a budget impact unless we were to have 12 employees do it at the same year.
Right, but if we do, we always have to think for the time that we do have that. We came out of a pandemic. Overall, we got pretty lucky with how long people were out, but it's really tough to have this policy and set up another board for 10 years down the road. Something happens and all of a sudden they get a big swoosh out of their budget at the end because this is in here.
Yeah, Crystal
So-
would probably be best to speak to that, just how they budget for that, if
Okay.
they, set aside funds for how many hours are in that bank, and move that from year to year. I
Right,
don't
and then
know that.
my question is that carry over, because at the end of the day, a lot of this at the end when you retire is unfunded. We don't take your days and roll them year over year over year where there's a little savings account for Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Smith, whoever. Well, when you retire, here's your money. It comes at the end. So if we have a mass, there's times where this happens where you have a senior group of employees, and if they all retire around the same time, which sometimes they're just going to when they start hitting that magical retirement age, and cities are recognizing that, wow, we've got a problem. We have 80% of our department retiring at one time, and so it's hard from a recruitment standpoint. It's also hard for a payout because that's unfunded. Once that money is each year, it goes away. So that's just my question, how we balance that out.
I would just say, if I could add one thing right here at the bottom of 67, it says donations are final. Employees may not request refund of donations. Donations will remain in the sick leave bank upon employees' separation from the district. So they don't get these days when they are paid out of retirement.
Right. No, I understand that,
Okay.
but it's about the dollar amount. If we're paying you $5 a day,
But there's also some that are donating that are bigger than the others too.
sure. Or you just want to make sure that lines out. You don't want to be, I don't want to set a future board up for a situation where they have this policy. They go, wow, we just, we lost because now Or people donated
But
at
that's
lesser
an
pay?
accounting. That's an accounting thing.
Okay.
Your business office should
All right.
set it aside as a part of the budget.
Okay. We just need to make sure that's happening. Yes.
I have a couple more things for this particular policy.
Okay.
At the bottom of page 68, it says the executive director of support services will attend committee meetings. We just don't have an executive director of support services, so I think whoever is it, you, Dr. Mahorn? Okay, so I would just change it to assistant superintendent so that, we reflect our current organizational chart. On page 69, the fourth bullet, for approval, I'm reading the top part and then I'll read the bullet. For approval, the applicant shall, and then it says not be eligible for disability benefits, including but not limited to Social Security provided at the district expense. Does this mean that they can't use short-term disability and apply for the sick leave bank?
Be correct. Because you can't use both. Short-term won't approve it if you're using sick leave.
Okay. And then the sixth bullet, it says submit an application. Where is the application? Do our employees know how to get it? That kind of thing.
It's on the staff page on the website.
Okay. And then again, for the appeal process B, just changing the name of the, person that is in charge.
So I have a question along those lines. If they're using short-term disability, they're ultimately going to take a pay cut. But then when they burn out of their short-term disability, they would then get back to their regular pay, correct? Because then they'd be pulling off of this bank?
Likely they would use a sick leave bank prior to doing short-term
So they
disability.
can do that. There's no requirement which way it goes. Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you.
And then if it got too long, they would be eligible for long-term disability.
Okay.
So
I just want to make sure that was, like, if they use it at any time, I didn't want them to be disqualified from this. So, okay.
Well, also, if they go back to using the bank, then they break up their time off. So you have to completely get rid of all of your short-term or all of your leave
Right.
prior to being eligible for short-term disability. But you have to use all the short-term disability to be eligible for long-term disability or Social Security. So if there's any break that you went back on a leave bank, then you would no longer be eligible for the long-term disability. There's a lot of circles. I saw here. Okay. Any other questions on this policy? Moving on to 4-401, discrimination complaints.
I do have one question really quick. When
Yes.
we finalize this, can we do a page break so that 4-400 goes to the next page? So we
Yes.
haven't had it. Okay. Thank you.
4-400, any questions? Moving on to page 71, 4-402, employee grievances.
Yeah, I have quite a bit on this policy. So could maybe staff first explain the difference between a grievance and a whistleblower?
without having them.
Mr. Dangerfield, can you answer that?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Anybody. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
a grievance is, a complaint about their own situation. If it's a complaint about something else, then it can be a whistleblower. It really depends on what the complaint is. But if they're complaining and bringing to the district's attention
Okay.
something they see as inappropriate in some way, then that's a whistleblower.
Okay.
So it really depends on what's being presented.
No, that's helpful. Thank you for putting it in that kind of terms. Okay, so the first question I have is, it's on the first page of this policy, so page 71. It says multiple employees may not pursue a group grievance. That is not in our previous policies. So I'm curious why that was added. And my concern would be if all of the employees are concerned about the same thing, wouldn't it kind of save time to be able to handle them in a group?
I can't tell you exactly why it was added because I need to do some research before I was able to ask and answer that answer that question fully.
Okay. If that's something that maybe you could do, like when we come back for a red line.
Yes.
So excluded matters. I kind of understand numbers 1 and 2, but 3, 4, and 5, how do employees address concerns or a grievance with those particular things, particularly numbers 4 and 5? So if, they're concerned about employee discipline, non-renewal, dismissal, any matter related to performance, I mean, these are the things that employees would be concerned about. So if they don't agree with, discipline or their evaluation, how do they address that with the district?
Is it saying they can't have agreements with other people's discipline, not their own, correct?
No, this is the grievance one. So this is their own.
Right, so that was my question, if it was
Oh,
talking
sorry.
about their own or not, because we're talking about somebody else's, they should have no business.
Well, I would agree, but from what Mr. Dangerfield explained, grievance is about their own personal situation.
It is, and when you're talking about 3, 4, and 5, those are specific actions and procedures that have their own process, and people have rights to respond to those things. So it's not the same as a grievance. A grievance process, there's a process that occurs with a grievance, okay? These would have their own process in responding to whatever discipline or action is being taken.
Okay, but I don't believe they're in our policies. I didn't see them in chapter 4. So I'm not comfortable saying they can't disagree with any matter related to their performance evaluation, improvement plans, discipline, if we don't have a policy to protect them or a way for those to address those concerns.
It may be helpful to reference the definition of grievance that is listed above as a board policy. And I will do some research as well, Ms. Zimmerman, to make sure that we have this all situated. But if we're looking at that definition above, we're talking about misapplication or misapplied a governing board policy or a procedure related to compensation, benefits, or terms, right? I don't know if that is helpful in reviewing this, but I do think that this does need to I do need to be able to take this back and do some research to give you a better answer.
Okay, because it does say in related to compensation, benefits, terms, and conditions of agreement or employment, that would be non-renewal or a dismissal. Yeah, I really think we need to look at that because I don't think that protects our employees.
I also need to reference other policy to make sure that it's not in there somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm sure both and.
The current policy for staff grievances is CBK-R, if you wanted to look at that one. And then still on this first page, a grievance must be initiated within 15 work days. Does PTO or sick time or FMLA, anything account into those, or just 15 work days in general?
the way that I am reading this particular policy, it's 15 work days in general without any account for PTO or anything else. So let's say a grievance happens and somebody chooses to take 3 days off for mental health reasons or whatever they choose to take off, right? That would still be accounted within that 15-day process and procedure.
And then the last paragraph on page 71, the individual with whom the grievance is initiated is not a building administrator or a district level administrator. The individual with whom the grievance is initiated shall report the initiation of the grievance to the superintendent. Is it appropriate for it to go straight to the superintendent? What if it's a teacher? Should it or go to the building administrator? I wonder if it would just be like to their direct supervisor rather than the superintendent. I'm trying not to have the superintendent involved in everything he or she doesn't need to be involved in.
If I may, I think that's what this is saying, that it should go to the building administrator first. But if the building administrator isn't their direct person that they report to, then it would go right to the superintendent. That's the way I'm reading it.
Yeah, I read it as if the person making the grievance is not the building administrator or district level administrator, then you need to make the grievance to your building level administrator. But if you are the building level administrator, then you would go to the superintendent.
That's how I read it as well.
Okay. I'm on page 72. I would like to see the level 1 grievance shall be dated. That's the paragraph I'm on with the numbers. And I would just like to see a number 7 added to what steps were taken at the informal level, the result, and why the grievance continues its process to show the documentation of what was done at the informal level.
Okay.
Sorry, okay. I'm on page 73. It says, almost 3/4 of the way down, the decision of the superintendent is final. Our policy currently states that it is allowed to come before the board. And I would say the caveat might be that if the grievance is filed by anyone that is directly supervised by the superintendent, that it come before the board in order to avoid a conflict of interest. Because if the superintendent is making a ruling on a grievance of a person that he or she directly supervises, that does seem to, in my mind, to have a conflict of interest. So.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't that what the next paragraph talks about?
Yeah,
I know
matters.
it says where it initiates with the superintendent, but basically it can all come before the board then.
If you go back to right before that, the level 3 formal review, it says if the superintendent was the individual who rendered the decision at level 2, the decision of the superintendent is final at that level. I see where you're saying that if it was initiated with the superintendent. So if somebody who's directly under the superintendent, they initiate it with the superintendent, the grievance. Correct? That's how the policy is written?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Dangerfield, but yes, that is the way that the policy reads to me.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think you, sorry, I've been thinking about something else here for a minute. You're referring to the next level of a grievance then? If the grievance was initially started with the superintendent?
Well, I'm just trying to kind of weigh the level 3 formal review and then matters where the grievance was initiated with the superintendent.
The
And in
natural-
ensuring that if the grievance is, by someone that is directly supervised by the superintendent, it has the ability to the appeal to come to the governing board.
Right. Isn't that in here?
Okay.
Isn't it that next paragraph right there? Matters where the grievance was initiated with the superintendent?
I think so. I'm just trying to reread
That's the process.
the paragraph before to ensure.
Yeah, that's the way I understand it.
Okay. And then on page 74, it just talks about a hearing officer. Who is the hearing officer?
There would be an outside person. The board would choose. There are people out there that do hearings. I have done them for other school districts.
Okay. My recommendation would be to include language that said like a third party hearing officer or someone outside the district so that it's clear to our employees that, it would be a neutral party or maybe a neutral party, something along those lines.
I think we used to have a list of approved hearing officers. I don't know if
The
that's still,
State Department of Ed maintains the list.
because that's an official
I'm
title.
on the list.
Right? That's an official title though, grievance officer or hearing officer. That's an official title basically, so it's
It
covered.
is. Yeah, that's an official title.
But I guess it does not hurt to put third party or approved list from the state. The state generates that list.
Yeah, it would not hurt at all. The Department of Ed has the list.
Okay.
Any other questions on this policy?
If I could just, if we put the Department of Ed that box us in, because we could basically use, are they the only ones we can use?
No, you don't have to be on the list.
That's probably why-
Yeah, the district can hire some other.
Right.
Many attorneys do this role of being an outside hearing officer.
Why third party probably is.
That would cover it. Yeah.
All right, moving on to page 76, 4-403, whistleblower protections.
Okay, I'm on page 76, halfway down under making a disclosure. It says to allow the district an opportunity to investigate alleged wrongful conduct and take necessary internal corrective action. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I just wonder if this should be investigated by a third party, because if someone is, using the whistleblower protection, wouldn't there be a concern that the district is not being truthful because somebody's having to bring this information to light? And the last sentence in that second paragraph under making a disclosure, if the allegations concern the superintendent, the complainant may file with, I think we should cross out the word president and put board, because the board president doesn't have more power than anybody else. And I think that it should be made with the entire board.
I think the reason why they limit it to one is to prevent any open meeting violation. That's what I was told.
But wouldn't you forward that to all of us in the end for us to know that?
It would be agendized. As I understand it, we would agendize that. If a board president, any board president got that, then they would make it, obviously they'd be in touch with legal. and then making an agenda item, either most likely an executive session to get legal advice on it.
I don't think it's an open meeting law violation because people email us all the time, all of us. As long as we don't respond, then that's what makes it an open meeting law violation. People emailing us in a group is not an open meeting law violation.
No, it's not.
Okay, is there if I add? I'm wondering if they add the board president, so there's one specific person who's now responsible for making sure it gets done. Because if you get to all the board, then everybody be like, well, who's going to action that? But now it's on the onus of the board president to take action.
I hear you. I just want to make sure that, the entire board is aware of it, I guess, is my concern.
So let's make it a red line thing, and we'll, and Amy will look into it just a little bit.
Because I think we can do with the board president and, sorry, I was thinking out loud.
Oh, it's okay.
Those are supposed to be.
No, it's okay. It's okay. This is more just like a note. I would like to see, some training for staff about these protections, because when I looked at our old policy, I didn't see anything about a whistleblower protection unless I missed it in ASBA, but I think I looked at the crosswalk. And so I believe it's new.
It's GBP. That's what I found.
Okay, hold on. Can you tell me it again, Mr. Kenyon?
Yep, GBP.
And also, Dr. Mohon, would that be in the procedures, the training for these protections, the whistleblower protection, the grievance process? Is that a part of the onboarding process or annual trainings that is required of the employees of the district? No. Okay.
I don't require it or recall it being in our required trainings that we do yearly, but we could look and see if Vector does offer that to add it to the yearly trainings.
Okay.
Okay, and then at the bottom of page 76, it says false allegations of wrongful conduct. This policy is to protect our employees and allow them to bring concerns forward. And so by having this clause in here, I feel like it kind of negates that by saying an employee who knowingly makes false allegations of alleged wrongful conduct to a public body shall be subject to discipline.
The key word on that is knowingly makes false allegations. Knowingly makes false allegations.
Okay,
So it's like libel or slander or that type of thing.
okay.
Any other questions or considerations on this policy? Okay, moving forward to 4-403, procedures for hearing. Whistleblower protections.
Okay, so I just want to clarify a statement that was made earlier, Mr. Dangerfield, about the difference between a grievance and a whistleblower protection. So these adverse personal actions. So somebody is concerned about the termination of an employment or non-renewal of employment of a separate person. Like all these lists of things, these are concerns that somebody else is bringing forward about not themselves, a different employee. I just want to clarify that that's what we're saying here.
Interesting. I don't know, this one needs to be analyzed a little bit.
Okay.
I don't know where this language exactly comes from. Did anybody look at cross policy?
So the policy I mentioned earlier, GBP, when the ASBA is about 4 paragraphs. It's not much. And this goes into a lot more detail in the trust. And so that's about all I can say on that.
I'm just concerned that, I think we should have protections for a whistleblower, but I also think we should give our employees the opportunity to file a grievance. If they have all these concerns, it seems like these would be concerns about themselves. But, I could be wrong. So.
So can you help formulate the question for me that I would need to bring an answer back for you? I just want to make sure that I'm addressing exactly what you're asking.
I would just add also, whistleblower can be about themselves as long as it's fits into a category where it's bringing forward an issue that's like a violation of law or the governing board policy, that type of thing. They have a right to bring those things forward. And if it's a whistleblower, it's because it can be both a grievance and a whistleblower.
I guess more of my question is, why are we not allowing employees to grievance, like cause for termination, those three things, but they're listed here under whistleblowing?
Okay. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm sure it has something to do with statute, but I will research and bring that answer back to you. Any other questions on page 79 or for policy 4-403.A?
On page 81, in the middle of the page, the paragraph that I'm referring to is if the request does not qualify. It talks about the board, doing different things, reversing it, whatever. I assume all of that is happening in executive session.
Yes, it would.
Okay. Do you think it's important for it to be noted or not necessarily? It's just the assumption.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be noted
Okay.
specifically.
Are we okay to move on to 4-404? Yes. Okay. So moving on to page 84, 4-404. Reasonable accommodations.
Okay, I'm at the last paragraph.
What page?
Oh, sorry, 84. As this is about like workplace protections and accommodations. So it says, as part of the interactive process, the district may request reasonable documentation that the individual has a disability and needs a reasonable accommodation. The district may seek input from a treating physician. Is that legal to ask to confer with their physician about if they provide documentation of a disability? I'm not suggesting that they don't have to do that.
The district may request reasonable documentation. The individual has a disability and needs reasonable accommodation. The district may seek input from a treating physician. I would assume that you were going to ask the employee that information or permission to do that.
But is that a requirement of getting accommodations?
So typically the may seek input from an additional or from another physician, maybe like what types of accommodations, right? And asking for the physician to put in writing what types of accommodations. For instance, if I am hearing impaired, what specific accommodations would the physician see that would best accommodate my work schedule or my work life? So it's not necessarily, oh, do you give me permission to call your physician? It's more so, hey, we need to have a more specified laid out procedure or more specified laid out accommodations. Dr. Morhone, is that accurate?
Yes, or if somebody is visually impaired, we might need to speak to the doctor for the certain technology that a teacher might need in order to help them teach the class or something like that, like specific technology that a teacher might need, something like that. I've had experience with that before when I had a teacher, when I was a principal, that needed specific things in order to teach. She needed this type of technology specifically in order to be able to teach her class.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or considerations for this policy, 4-404? No? Okay. Yes, we are. We're at the end of our time and at the end of chapter 4.
We have another hour.
Oh, we have another hour?
I vote that we do, I can't vote, but I recommend that we just do chapter 5 as we stated before.
Okay.
Takes us to item 4.1, board comments on agenda topics and items for future consideration.
I have two. I'd like to have an update from staff about how many outstanding FOIA requests that the district has and what the status of them are. And I'd like to see the staffing for next year to ensure that we're adhering to the class size ratios that, were voter approved in the override.
Can you repeat your second one? Staffing?
Yeah, staffing, what's the staffing for next year to ensure that we're adhering to the class size ratios that were voter approved in the override?
Anything else? All right, hearing none, that takes us to 5.1, the adjournment of the meeting. It's going to be 9:52 on the dot. We're adjourned.